don't wanna fight anymore. Just turn around and leave me. The tear in my eye drops on the floor alongside my speech. My knees are drenching in the blood I feel just to get in. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. I never pray to God anymore. I'd rather no one hurt me. Redemption, I have waited for you to come and drown all my sin. My knees are drenching in the blood I feel just to get in. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. Everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. I don't wanna fight anymore. Just turn around and leave me. The tear in my eye drops on the floor alongside my speech. My knees are drenching in the blood I feel just to get in. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. When I look.
Hey ho, halló mindenkinek! Sziasztok! Folytatjuk. Remélhetőleg be is tudjuk fejezni. Sherlock. Crimes and Punishment-et. Ezek a méhek megőrítenek hangilag. Azt mondja, hogy köszi, bár! Tök késve érkezik be minden. Mi van most? Az OBS-en megy csak. Cicaszál a lámpa. De jó nekem. Nem tudom, hogy írtál-e hozzá. Most ki kellett lépnem az vissza. Így. Ura. Ugye ezért meg fogom nyitni telefonról is. Inkább a streamet, mint hogy ne lássam a chatet. Na? Jaj, bárd! Állni! Hú, most anya, úgy érzem, hogy hátra vagyok dőlve, mert meglett a cicás párnám. De felülök rajta, konkrétan így kell néznem a monitort, szóval majd be kell újítani egy monitorálványt is, hogy kicsit feljebb menjenek a monitorok, hogy normálisan láthassuk a dolgokat. Noise gate nagyon levágja a dolgokat? Éha, akkor állítok rajta, várjál. Remélhetőleg így majd jobb lesz. Remélem. Így kicsivel jobb. Várt. Mondta jobb. Na, ugye ott tartottunk, hogy megjött az új esetünk, amire még nem mentünk ki. Nem is kezdtünk bele, csak megkaptuk, hogy van egy új esetünk. Meg miért nem csatlakozol végre a chathez? Wifi-ről talán? Valam. Ja, vagy. Yay! Ne szóval. Meg kell mennünk ide. Nem akarok hülyeséget tenni. Mi a neve? Gardenhez. Elég lesz így, hogy Garden. Hát, amit telefonon látok, az itt az OBS-ben nincs bent, hogy mit írtál. Oké. Weird. Majd mondd, mit állítottam, mert én hívok vele. Konkrétan mindjárt megmondom neked, hogy mit állítottam rajta. A filterekből egy noise gate-et állítottam. Ez a -35-ön van a close, és 24-re felvittem az open thresholdot. Biztos, ami biztos. Legalább így sem hallatszik a kattingatásom.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the
Jaj,
theft?
kappamonom meg itt. Várjatok. Megoldjuk a kappamont. Na, az papisztri. Azt mondja, hogy be kell lépnem újra. Megnézzük, hogy... pakolom. Szerintem toppamont azt most így leszedjük. Rószer. Drágaság. Elcseszteket. Jéj, betöltött. Kisebbre vesszük. Tesszük a kis alvó cicánkat a helyére. Remélem nem kell most mindenhol kibelépegetnem. Akkor szomorú lesz. Mindennel is ki kell lépni. Jó.
Yes, of course.
Térjünk vissza. Most, hogy nem. Cutscene.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
Tudjam, hogy működik ez a szar nekem itt.
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition.
Hallod?
And nobody saw anything.
No doors before. Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself. But occasionally
Nagyon-nagyon késik itt az OBS-be a dolog nekem.
Have met and Miss White.
Telegria. Üzét akart. Elfelejtettem kérdezni. Holnap vagy pénteken játszunk a játékkal.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is.
Amikor rájössz. Hadd féljek, egy kicsit jobban.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very
meghalt két
not
nap.
aware. The two of you were good friends?
He
Oh, my
was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you.
Igen,
Please do
Ibert, meg
excuse us for the
a
intrusion.
Devorról
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Érdekel.
Holmes?
Yes,
Úgy látom, meg
Just
volt
here.
a csatam.
near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Do not touch.
De, mondom. Csak ugye rákérdeztem Riánál, nem az a áldozós játék, amit ő mondott nekem. Hát kiderült, de.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
Footprint.
These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was
Gyerekkori legjobb
dragging their
barátommal
feet.
toltuk, adtam.
The
Figyelj!
traces are thinner in some places. The
Esetleg
footprints
holnap
reveal that someone
játszhatjuk, csak
staggered
hogy
here.
jól beszarassatok engem, meg a játék is.
This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The door was smashed at shoulder height.
Letörték az ajtót.
The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
Very strange. The smell is
Jó,
strong. It
ez
is a detergent.
kíváncsi leszek, hogy milyen játék.
These windows were perfectly cleaned.
Darab kakavics.
A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Túl tisztálkozom.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Miért volt jó, hogy becsukod?
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. These plants
Mirag.
come from all the territories of the British Empire.
Milyen rohadt nagy.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
Valamit rejtettek.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Watson! Mennyit útba vagy?
This pot was broken fairly recently.
Hát ez a virág.
A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
El kell képzelnünk a dolgokat. Betörte az ajtót, bevágta a üzét, és elesett.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Értjük meg. Ez az. Konkrétan ez a... Oké. Átment az ajtón is. Kedd valaki. Jó. Holttestét át kell kutassuk majd. Van itt még van? Nem. Eddig nem. Akkor menjünk a yardra. Nézzük át a holttestet. Miért ne? Olyan szép vagy, Watson. Egyelek meg.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for...
Jaj! Életlen kívül. Játékból.
autopsy then.
Még mindig rave party az egy interök is. Ja. Nézzük meg téged.
Let us carry out an external examination. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here.
Emmi már megint.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. There is an injury to the skull,
Oké, beverte a
most
fejét,
probably
azt
caused by
tudjuk.
the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Végre felvágunk valakit. Gyerünk, Watson! Vág csak. Azért itt is van rave party.
The lungs are congested
Jaj,
and
csak így
edema.
kivesszük.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung
Képzeld.
is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant. The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The
Nézzük a
liver is
vágyadat.
enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
Jó, de abban a században ki
The
nem?
liver tissue is brown.
Majd
There are no
alkohol is.
visible pathological signs.
Nézzük a gyomrot.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Nem
The
vágod
suspicions
fel a
have been
gyomrát?
substantiated.
Volt benne.
Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning, plant poisoning to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Megmérgezték.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need
Challenge.
to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Árulok egy elvetem. Na nézzük mikor ezt. A szeretet köt. A másik az kell. Vissza a virágosba. Nem jutott eszembe a kertbe. Kertészet. Állna. Virágos. Ez is egy jó szó. Virágosba megyünk. Jaj. Ja, jól jön. Azt mondja, hogy hol vagyunk. Voltunk.
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. Nursery. Seed house. Ventilation system.
Kimondatom az összeset vele.
Dry tropics. Colonial collection. Water lily greenhouse. Palm house. A map of Kew Gardens.
Wow. Nézzünk be ide.
Locked.
Zárva. Innen.
Locked.
Watson? Akkor beszéljünk, Martin. Sokkolom! Meg lett mérgezve az ember. Nézzünk át téged. Nem meg. Szép zaj. Eljöttől. Karakter. Portrait.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, oh, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Ja, azt mondja. Nem, most nózia eszik. Ő úgy gondolta, hogy elfáradt.
Albert told
Meg
us about the
múltkor
tragic death
kaptam
of
tőle egy
Mr.
szép,
Dunn, the late
szép
director of Kew
bélyegzést.
Gardens.
Tragic indeed.
És a
His heart
csuklomon van
attack
egy
was quite unexpected.
centis heg. Körülbelül.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he's trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
As deputy
Hallottunk, a
director,
fia átvette
how was
ezek
your relationship
mindent.
with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been
Yes.
better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression.
Sorry, Brackio.
Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no
Nice.
wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration
not
his
that
kind of
matter.
lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Nem.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed
Akadok a telefonom.
celebrating,
tudom,
shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Ó, fél pillanat, kérek. Kezdett, nem van. Tök elfelejtettem. Bele kell állítani. Akkor majd ezt már úgy érzem. Nem már itt. Ez, hogy telefonról jöjj. Na. Kell nekünk. Isrát.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Persze, hogy. Adod azt. Add a kulcsot nekünk. Kell. Neki tiszták a kezei.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Hát miért nem? Miért nem adod oda azt
I
is?
imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage
Exportja
room. I
háttérbe.
don't know much about the other rooms.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. For I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then that is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Who is Miss Margaret
Túl
White?
tiszták a kezei.
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Would you please tell us
Csimmára
about
volna.
Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? Well, that is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so.
Teljesen, ez nem
We
mondd
have
el,
very little in
sokat
common.
mondanak.
Mr.
ketten.
Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Érdekes dolog.
Farmhouse.
Nézzünk be ide is. Elementi. Nem? Nincs itt sem. Ja, mert elhittem, hogy van itt van.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. Water lily greenhouse.
Ja, és itt van akkor a... másik oldalról jött.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Mire? Jobbra átnyomom, és elindul balra.
Dry tropics.
Azért is körbenézek mindenhol. What?
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Nem van a szimbólum. Nem itteni.
Dry tropics.
Szeretem, amikor beakadok köröttél.
There is a smell of burning.
Mit égettek? Gázmaszk.
A protective mask.
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. A broom handle was half burned. The remains of a picture frame.
És van.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Eltesse innen. Elég érdekes. Begyújtották a bizonyít. Anyám. Ja, ott van jönni, aki
Look,
kell
Holmes,
nekünk.
this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Jó, köszönöm. Nósit, Sherlock. Ezeket nem lehet.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank.
Más valami?
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Valami megy kell ide. Még később kell jönni erre. Anyádat! És
Seed house. Open.
arra nem lehet nyitni. Akkor ne maradjon nyitva. Körbenéz. Nem gond.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Okay, rá lehet látni.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is
Watson,
my
you should
friend,
try
Mr.
that.
Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Nézzünk rá a kis csajra. Ilyent is tudunk róla.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Mesélj már, hogy mi
It's
történt.
quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Ja, Zoltán, neked is szép estét.
Most of
Mesélj,
the
hogy
doors in
jöttel
Kew
ide.
Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Újság, Zoltán, mesélj nekünk.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
Spirituális
He had an
apa.
exceptional nature.
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Szegény Albert. Nem
Do
tudom,
you
hogy
work
sajnáljam, vagy...
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Would you happen to know
Biztos,
why
hogy csak
part of
ennyiről
the
lenne szó.
colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So,
Hát mozgassam már a
someone
kamerát.
is lying. It is obvious.
Persze, hogy valaki hazudik. Mindig hazudik valaki. Ja. Nézzük meg először.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Watson? Ó, és innen van letörve
I am
ez a kis
curious
darab.
if the marble that we found will
Tegnap
fit
volt.
this
Igen,
place.
igen, tegnap volt, hogy csak...
Here it is.
Ah, tök szuper.
The marble fragment that we found
Jó
in the
dolog.
colonial collection room is what they
Ez
have
elég jó
in
dolog.
common. It is a bust of
Izé,
Montague
nekem
Dunn.
majd karácsony hetén lesz. Még dolgozgatok. Watson! Ott állak. Szeretne, vagy... Ez nem baj, hogy itt vagy, csak
These young plants must be
talán
delicate
útba
if they are
vagy.
kept in the
Láb
nursery.
alatt. Lábatlankodsz itt. Ja.
A glasses case. It is empty.
Persze, mert
A
rajta van.
thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. We can see the interior of the colonial collection room from this window.
Így is látjuk. Most már nem. Már nincs lelakatolva. Ó, és itt van megtisztítva ráadásul az ablak. Interesting. Jó. Appot. Hát tudom, hol vagyok. Ura, hogy én... Ajtónál. Ajtónál? Ablaknál akarom mondani.
Locked.
Nem. Lelakatolva, kérlek.
This
No.
is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Ez legalább rendben van tartva, mint miénk.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a
Phonograph.
modern laboratory.
It seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Felére. Nézzük ezt meg. Mit mond?
Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Jó, más. Berejtsünk, is 24-től áras. Hát igen, ez a 20-ai hét van pihinek nekem. Utána nincs pihi.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments. A botany
Botanikai.
book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
Évet kellett ismételnie. Itt vannak a protektív. Ne hiányzik az egy.
Waterproof aprons. Everything one might need for self-protection.
Olyan creepy ezek a izék. A régi maszkok.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
Persze, hogy hiányzik, mert az lett elégetve. Sherlock. Legyen hülye.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
There was
Miért ne
bottle
csinálna
here.
ilyet?
It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect
No shit.
a faint scent. We
Ez
need
tényleg ez a no shit Sherlock, hogy nincs itt az üveg. Rossz volt.
locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Vagyis kinyitjuk. Anyám. Hogy? Így. Ha? Oh. Okay. Megvan. Azt nem láttam, hogy mozdítható.
Open.
A láthatatlan üveg. Ez.
Martin Hamish's
No.
locker.
Nem
A
így van.
review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Aha. Szóval szeretni szelles. Mint az, amiről nem ez az. A management pozíció.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
Fotó.
Father and I. Kew Gardens.
Oké. A vett.
Albert's locker. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Elutasították onnan, ahol szeretett volna menni.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
A picture of Miss... Specialist articles on shipyards and ship
Sokkal jobban
construction.
érdekli a
Albert Dunn has a
hajó.
great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
Pontosan? A hajózási jobban érdekli. De elutasították apja miatt.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Más nincs? De. Egy családi lebaszás. Hogy mi az, hogy elmentél és sem életjelet nem adtál erre, meg pénzt kérsz tőlünk. Csak azért, mert hogy mi nem vagyunk olyan gazdagok? Egy levél. Albert neki segítette.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune. Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Felnevelték azt az ember. Sherlock, mozdulj meg. De nincs bezárva, most nyitottad ki, te állat!
French wine, a remarkable vintage.
Francia bor.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Ja, tutita.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Siberium. Megszólalta. Szóval, itt Dunne, mondjuk így, hogy Dunne. Dunyha bácsi. Jó lesz ez Dunyhának. Épp magyarosni. Elneveztük Dunyha bácsi. De mindegy, az öreg elengedte Margaretet, hogy nem kell lesz ide már, jó leszel. Egyedül. Hogy sikeres leszel, egyedül is. Nagy világba elengedte a kezét. Képek.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Na mi van itt? Megoldom én izé nélkül is. Nem. Vissza. Vissza. Ok. Ennyi volt talán? Tudják a párneket, azaz. Ennyi, feltörjük mindenféle kód nélkül. Értne. Ja. Levelecske. Dunyha bácsi nagyon szerette volna, hogy minden
A list of the plants that were displayed at the exhibition and later
Yay! Mennyi levél van már?
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls
Köszi, Daru!
seal your doom tonight.
Talán egy hónap múlva. Úgy legyen. De megijedtem. Ó, ez volt a cserépnek az alján is, minta. Divine Syndicate. Ez, hogy... Sisters.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Düm. Tartozás Miss Dunyha felé Margarintól. Elneveztük Margarinnak. De nézzük. Vajon ki akarta rúgni? Rosszat nyomtam. Dunya felé nem volt jó. Még más nem tudom. Hát szóval menj már arrébb onnan. Anyám. Itt más nem volt.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Nézzünk rá a papírocskánkra. Mesélj már a szoborról, ha mi lett vele.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
Hát nem, mert...
It is
Drágaságom.
strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
Evidently.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Akkor az apáddal
I
miért
do
nem
not
volt el?
think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire.
Dum, dum, dum.
He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work. For Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed.
Everybody
Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who was such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she weren't so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he... why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Albert! Gyere ide! Beszélj velünk! És beszélj nekem.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Dehogy is.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall...
Hamisnek volt motív. Albertnek is. Mert az apja megalázta. Még akkor vissza. El tudunk megbeszélni. Néni, margarin! Csikoldat rajta. Margarin!
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place.
Nem.
Wouldn't you agree?
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
De nem látunk rá. Nem is látunk csak rá. Na, menjünk vissza Baker Streetre. Megnézzük az archívumunkat. Mi van ott? Jaj. Várnom. Ciganya. Az előző ügy.
This is where I keep my post.
Azt akartam? Na. Storm.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Jaj, elkéne. Nem nyúlsz.
That is not. That is not the one I
Nem.
need. That is not the one.
Ja. Hogy pont arra nem kattintok, ami kéne amúgy. Mert... Első 3.
Here it is.
Olyan növényeket. Ami konkrétan halálos. Keresünk. Keresek?
Here it is. The
Weird.
Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here. That is not the one I need.
Ja. Ja, das ist so blöd.
Here it is.
Ennek már van címe? Vagy szóval. Mi történt?
Here it is.
Hmm.
And
Okay,
here is the
Kim.
Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Jöttem még mind... Tobi. Még mindig rave partizik. Meg kell vagy Tobi. Akkor vigyük Tobit. Gyere!
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us
Szegény
go to Kew
textúra.
Gardens.
Jaj. Szegény kutyának a textúrája még mindig nagyon szar. Tehát... The story.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
Ezért meg kellett ott.
Search, Toby. Search.
A kutya kinyitotta az ajtót. Még mindig ennyi a futásunk. A jó a mechanikája a kutyák. Merre megyünk meg?
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
Mit találtunk?
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
De a játék maga ilyen, hogy textúrabagos vagy valami. Maga a játék ilyen textúrabagos. Bármerre mentem. Látod? Fordulok egy kicsit. Ilyen bagos. Mondjuk úgy. Kemikália ez. Hát meg szegény kutya az nagyon meg... Néhol ilyen rave party van teljes mértékben. Nem csak az árnyékok. Szegény kutyána meg tényleg ilyen... Nagyon... rossz a textúra. Ránézel is így. A függöny.
Let us determine
Vannak ilyen
just
furcsaságok.
what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found hidden.
Igen, érdekességek.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind
Sherlock egy
of organic
elmaradjant.
compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette and make...
Nem hiszem el. Szedd ki külön a pipettet. Még olyan nehezen ír.
red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Akkor mehetünk is a lányhoz. Van már nincs több dolgunk. Érdekesebb dolgok derülnek ki. Ja, nem értek. Erről, hogy oké, kísérletezgettek, de hogy... Nekem aztán mondhatod, hogy miből áll az a likvid, mert nem fogom érteni ilyesmi.
Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
De szép mozgásod van. Jobb megváltozott a zene is. Nem lehet mindenki kémikus. Hát ez az.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
Ellopták. Ők lopták el.
A fragment of a flower pot.
Ők lopták el.
Locked.
De nem azt nyomom, hogy arra megy, te idióta. Taing! Táj volt. Csá, papa! Guru. Milyen guru vagy?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please
Elhallgattattak minket.
mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome to
Van múltkori streamet néztem vissza, amikor azt a vegyületet kellett összekötni a savacsam. Hát igen, mert az ember úgy értelmezni, hogy akkor a kék után nem jöhet még egy kék.
This is me.
De aztán mégis.
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Tetovált vagy? Én is. Képzeld. Hát történt. Valaki kémikust játszott?
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom.
Vegetable Kingdom.
And to be permitted,
Zöldség. Királyság. Körülbelül. Zöldség birodalom.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
none. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No, those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Dump.
Yes,
Dump.
that's what I said. He borrowed
Zöldségek
from
királya.
us 3 of our
Ő
sisters
is valami
for the
vegetáriánus.
exhibition at his green
Vagy egy
farm
vegán.
festive gardens. But he
Tudja,
never gave them back to us.
vegán vegetáriánus.
Excuses and imbecility.
Ilyet még nem, tuti nem hallottál.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Green Grand Mystic,
Wow.
we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
El van.
Our God King's
Szia,
name is
Green.
Triwa,
Izuka.
Green Grand Mystic.
Hola, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation, can you make whenever you so wish?
Thank you so much.
Azért pénzt is használnám majd a
taste our
végén.
fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life, it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your...
De nézzük. Ez Syndicate. Örözöl. A szép. Jó, nem tudtunk meg többet. Azt, hogy erre nem akarok konklúziókra jutni. Semmiből. De nézzük csak meg. Vannak.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Komolyan bekokain. Vagy mi ez?
A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest. Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Rili csak úgy elvettük.
A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest.
Nem tudom, miket keresünk. Ezek végig minden. Nem tudom a nevüket.
A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest. These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
Tam tam tam.
This must be Triwan, the divine syndicate's
Triwan.
god. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Haha. Fuck. Hogy? Na, vissza. Vagy. Siker! Profik vagyunk már ebben. Komolyan.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Érzem, ezek ópiumos emberek. Mi bonyolult? Nem is az.
This substance is an
Alkaloid.
alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Okay.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Még hogy bonyolult.
A vast amount of opium.
Jósok meg. Itt főzöl. Nem tudjuk. Nézzük, mit hoztunk össze. A fény. De nézzük. Oh. Megint beredett át. Köszi szép Zoltán! Köszönöm! Imádat van elég. Imádat. Na, beszélgessünk ezzel.
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
Jó van, fotoszintetizálj el magadba. Nem akar beszélni velünk.
The list of plant friends and benefactors,
azon gondolkoztam,
lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
Hogyha ma kijátszuk ezt, neki is elhat. Green. aztán nem ink van. Nem tudom, hogy mennyi van visszajáték. Jó kérdés. Benne vagy, szupi. Majd megnézzük, hogy játszok-e ma. Na. Ha megint valami bonyolult, kemikális, valami lesz, akkor én ki. És a hanyam is így van a szép. Lehet úgy megszállítani. Kicsit hullámos legyen. Kiegyenesed.
It appears to have fallen. My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
Kétszínű. Te mit csinálj?
No reaction.
Valószínűleg ez lesz.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Aha!
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars.
Csináltam egy perfect ordert.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
Túl jó vagyok. Elsőre sikerült.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
Igazi
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there.
Jaj,
Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Kis párnám. Most nagyon lent van hozzám képest a monitor is így. Ha el lefele nézni. Valami még. Akkor vissza a kártembe. Tudod milyen puha amúgy. Nagyon jó. De ezt a párnát is nem akarom cserélni. Szegény. Ennyire bír. Normális álljunk. Legalábbis azt hiszem, nem tudom meghúzni. Nem, ezt nem fogom meghúzni. Az lenne jó, lenne rajta ilyen. Versi lehetőség. Ebbe. Lenne is, nem szomorúan lefelé. Siker. Nem fordítva? Nem fordítva. Király. Közben meg letört a körmöm. Mama! Miért történik ez velem? Libe ketté tört közepén.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name.
Megcsinálom.
Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the
Csináltál.
morning of the accident?
Csináld akkor.
After paying
Mondd
multiple
nekünk.
visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Oké. Albert, te mit csináltál? Sének.
Tell me,
Indicate.
have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysip something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes, he came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man.
Érdekes.
We shall see you again soon.
Nagyon érdekes. Eddig. Akkor a hang volt? Hello! Szia, Margarin!
The
Hallottál már
Divine
róluk?
Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Can you tell me
Igen, mert
what Mr. Dunn
Margaret
was
aztán
doing on the
elneveztem
day of his
Margarinnak.
I can.
Mint a
But there is
Mr.
nothing
Dünt,
very
vagy
special
Dun,
to say. I was in
elneveztem
the
Dunya
laboratory when I
bácsinak.
saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me.
Dun.
Tuesday is
Mr.
the day of his
Dunn.
weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the role?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Ez az első. Jó név szerint vált kint nevezni. Yeah. Körcökni.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Rossz irányt vettem. Nem. Kéne jönnöm.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active.
Ah. Okay.
The engine has started. The power is on. The ventilation system is working.
Na, menjünk vissza. Watson, remélem a fejedre esett.
Dry.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Ah. Vissza kifelé. Ennyit fog korászni. Ennyi ajtót. Albert neki. Seed House-ba.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Nursery? Körbe-körbe fog.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
Innen látom. Szia, please, hellóka.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Ernyős Watson, azaz. Valami ki. De... Így rosszat nyomok. Albert nem volt jó botanikában, mert láttuk, hogy egy évet ismételnie kellett, és még most se tudta a növények. Nem. Viszont Wyattnak rohadt jó volt. Szerintem a szektának nem nagyon közel. Viszont csak nem is le. De minden arra hogy nem is volt. Minden is arra utal.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Nem tudok mást. Másra nyom. Hol vagy? Nem itt. Mit veszel? Megjöttem, tartóztasd be.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Honnan tudhattad volna?
I shall wait to hear from you.
Én oldottam meg! Nem te! Jaj. De ez most nem is érdekes, hogy amúgy a növényeket a Syndicate az elvitte. A drogos banda. Nem? Nem?
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Palm House.
Holmes, my God!
Yes.
Hát ez felakasztotta magát.
Like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Nem itt kell néznia. Ja, de, itt van. Csak lefelé is kéne nézni. Megbánta a tettét.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case. The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Hát egyből meghalt. Rest in pepperoni, jó? Nem píz. Pepperoni.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then?
Szerintem a
That
csaj.
idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the
Map
entrance
is
of Kew Gardens should help
tricky.
us with our timeline.
Let us analyze
Yeah.
the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Ja, itt a leírás, várjál. +9. Tres. Okay. $10 o'clock. Dorothy. De milyen 20-kor lehet. Nem jó. Jön 30 körül. Akarok kilépni. Miért oda raktam amúgy? Igen, ő elment oda. Azért.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door.
Tudja, a csaj volt, mert annak annyi kihagyása.
Let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Na nézzük. Vettnek volt. Szerintem a Chelsea volt. Mert nagyon... Nem. Mert ugye ott van az, hogy konkrétan elküldték arról a helyről. Dunyha bácsi. Elküldte a helyről. Plusz még adóssága is volt Dunyha bácsihoz. Többi. Volt ez így. És még ráadásul jobban ért a botanikához, mint Akasszuk fel! Megérdemli a kötelet. Rajszi. Ő megölt egy ember, aki segített rajta. Ott neki annyi, hogy...
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining. The deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
Hirtelen előkapna a semmi belekést. Amúgy...
Stop!
Watson! Lőjél! Lő!
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Rave partizik a sapka is.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Gyerünk, Watson! Ennyi!
Well done.
Mondom én, hogy a csaj
She
volt.
was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Dum dum dum. Nézzük, mások hogy választottak. Na, az emberek 92%, aki ezt játszott, az ugyanerre az úton haladt, hogy a Chelsea volt, és azok, nem tudom, Zoltán, ez most a vége, lesz még, és ennek a 77%-a ugyanúgy meg akarta büntetni a Chelsea. Most a többség voltunk. Most voltunk, hát úgy érzem, hogy van még játék. Elfogy ez. Leesik a füles.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade
Schön
juice.
gulyás.
And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Well, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's
Nagyon
killed
finom
2 men.
lehet.
You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene.
Ez az nem kell látni azokat a kajákat.
It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Olyan
Very well.
jájcsorgatóan hangzott az össze. Menjünk először a yardra. Ugye milyen jól hangzik? Legjobban.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Kösz. Nani. Arra indulva. Másik ajtó. Vagy nál.
A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon.
Szép az alma is.
It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
Kettő.
2 out of... These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Ennyi volt itt.
Please
Gyerek.
escort this suspect for interrogation.
Gyere, gyerek.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Ki? Mondd el. Előtte hadd nézzelek. Elég szép vágás. Itt Kit vertek a rendőr? Voltál? Mesélj csak el a sztoridat.
Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible.
Horrible.
The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He
That
was holding a
is
gun in his hand,
horrible.
though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
I'm British and I'm British.
Interesting.
Ja.
Pray, continue.
Imádom.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Layton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
We shall see you soon, young man.
De nézzük meg a helyet. Dum-dum. Akkor másik jön. Ezek a plakátok is nagyon jók. Megvan a hely.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were 2 other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there, and Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
Who
are the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the 2 victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the 2 dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by 2 police constables.
Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
What were the fireworks in honour of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course.
Akar mozdulni a székem. Mesélj a lövésekről.
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Csokkolom, bácsi!
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
Hogy nézek? Veterán bácsi.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming into Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Nem mehetek be. Miért nem is próbáljuk ki ezt. Jó, más nem. Egyelőre. De indulj már meg! Akarom, Polly néni.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Jó, de nem nekem adtad.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes, yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Nem jött ki senki. Rosszat nyomtam meg. Kell csinálni? Vissza Turner bácsihoz, hogy engedj már fel, hadd nézem meg, hogy mi.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes.
Hoppá,
I
elnyomtam
stayed at my
véletlenül.
window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago. The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago. This kitchen knife is quite sharp. There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
Papírt vágott az.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Valami nagyon...
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. This walking stick is broken. It was placed here quite recently. Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
The books on this shelf are...
Még lennie kell.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
Come on. Ez volt. Egy pillanat. Itt vagyok. Rájöttem, hogy hova esett a lábtartamról a párna.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Hát csak nem az öregnek az a szarja.
This shard of wood is quite new.
Csoda, véletlen.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted.
Ízik a fejed.
Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Itt kinek szarnia kell. Sorry.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Ez könnyű lesz. Elhozzuk a botját.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Fuck my life. De mivel emeljem?
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
Biggies!
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
I am unable to see any higher. I
you.
need to find something to lift my lamp.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Fel! Felemeljen fel! Bármi, amire gondoltam, nem jó.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation.
Itt van mellettem.
This should be useful. Nothing interesting here.
Nem, akkor a másik. Meg volt.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Hát beszéltem már vele. Nézzek. Nem tudok már vele miről beszélni, mert...
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Enged. Akkor menjünk vissza Jardra. Hát, ha több szerencséjével járok, mint az reggel.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities.
Oh.
During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what...
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Felszínmondom!
Will shock your soul and seal your doom.
Kár, hogy nem
My
péntek
sister
volt.
had died in a
Hát,
Whitechapel dispensary while he was
péntek
in prison.
13 lett.
He had no family anymore.
Pedig akkor
Our
péntek...
paths split. He
Nem
fell
tudom,
back into
hanyadika
crime.
lesz.
So you lost
Hanyadika
him.
van?
Yes.
7.
And for around 2 years, I
Péntek
no news
10-e
from him.
lesz, amúgy.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Vissza a streamre. Valamit a bácsinál kihagyok. De nem tudom mit. Értem, mit hagyok ki. Hát de jó.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your
Copper.
mouth, lad.
Copper.
Else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
Ika. Lesz le a gyerekről?
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Oh, hide and seek.
No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Okay.
No, this is not how I... Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mindent is megtalálok. Azt hittem, hogy elment be.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Talán így. Nem jó. Három. Miután lent járt, azután.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find? I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Magyarázd már meg, hogy miért loptál a holtestből. Éka.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Oh, time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Bocs már, de nem. Nem vagy igazi.
Not then and not
Kényelmes narcisztus pár.
This,
az kényelmes, nem?
does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
Ráadásul lefelé kell néznem a...
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground. This precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler. And when you heard the whistles, you hurried away.
Előettem a szivacsot, mert amúgy is én nagyon vékony szarszivacs volt rajta.
Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet.
Rád nem nézek le, csak a játékra.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not
szép, azt mondják, hogy lenézek másokat.
Although I must return this bracelet.
Csak a hajam kétszínű, én nem, jó? Honnan találjam meg a flérget? Megint olyan lesz, hogy itt van a szemem előtt a...
It would be my pleasure. I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Örülök neki.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Such a young man, and already a murderer.
Mondjuk vissza.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Ez meg. Ki az előtt? Ja. Találmány. History.
That is not the one I need. 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 That is not the one I need.
Ah! Okay. Antik. Sosem nem nézem. És nem fogom fel.
Here it is.
85 óta hiányzik.
I need to continue my research in my archives.
Kenneth Butler.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Akkor menjünk el a shopjába. Én szar, hogy letöltik el. Ezt fogom basztatni állandóan. Még nem csinálom.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Perfect. Perfect.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall. This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Perfect. Megtaláltunk mindent, ami kell.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Hello.
The ram's heads. This
Rams.
necklace belongs to the 5 rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Hulló. Hulló. Így fogok köszönni. Hogy hulló. Hulló mindenki. Találkáljuk. Szerintem ez van. Ja. Vissza is a Half Moon-ra. Hogy történt. Meg felmászunk a falra is. Gyere, Watson! Menjünk! Elrakta meg, de állj meg a se.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Szegény kis srác. Ja. Segítsél már.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
Kopja a tudsz. Hello.
The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Tam. Nézzük ki a válaszot.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
Szépen felmászok.
I should try climbing faster.
Kösz már!
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Innen tudunk felmenni. Miért vagyok hülye? Telibe rá. Szorítottam a sebemre.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
Ott valaki bejött.
It's empty. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope.
Mikroszkópikusan
We
megnézzük.
can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Jaj. Hiszem már, hogy ezt nem lehet eltűnteni. Na nézzük meg ezeket a kis szálakat.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Where? I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Giraffe? Na nézzük. Wiggins!
Wiggins is currently at Half Moon.
Ja. Tényleg. Most. El is felejtettem. Totálba. Wiggins. Kellett. És már gyorsabban. Vett a követ.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Megkapta. Wiggins, kell lesz nekem.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
Jól elverték. Melyikre gondolsz? Itt vertek el. Wiggins nem vert.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently
Wiggins.
stocked in London.
Very well.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the
Nem
show.
verték elő.
I believe
Utcai
that
gyerek.
is exactly the type of circus
Ez
we
így
are
néz ki.
looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Menjünk cirkuszba! Yeah! Életemben egyszer hakoltam cirkuszba? Gyerek!
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
Nem úgy nézek ki?
I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh?
Vissza kell menni. És átkövetni. Szed. Meg kell találni a tökéletes mindent. Az, hogy be. Hol a szobám? Ötözünk át. Szerintem a bandit. Ilyen szakár is kelleni fog. Hol lesz ez így? Talán így beengedni.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Ready to go. Kész vagyunk a felszállásra. De azért így lovaskocsival menjünk oda. Mi mással?
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Ó, akkor go. Pontosan? Hát, menjünk be.
So, everything is here just as you asked. And what about the money? Some of the barrels are wet. Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped. Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies. I want to be paid first. No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said. Right? I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout. Of course not. I'm a professional. Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight then.
Valami lesz meg.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. This wooden barrel is damaged. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder. The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
Kapkodó.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day.
Érdekességek.
Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see Sherlock near the chains on a table over there.
Ja, tenoristák. Ez. Hát, csak van egy sérülésed. Meg van egy fegyvered is. Nem a remes. Tím, ő a torvajunk. Ja, együtt szép dalokat. Így. Duplán hallok mindent. Mert miért hallasz minden duplán? Gyorsan megfejtettük amúgy. Hogy van? Koncentrálnom kell.
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Nem tudom, egyszer csak minden mondatot meg.
Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Ura!
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for my craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker.
I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Most jól megkaptam. Azért mondom, az appal lesz a probléma, azért mindig baj van. Tegnap eldőtt, vagy talán... Ja, hiszem vasárnap volt, hogy játszottam. Próbáltam Xbox appról party chatbe hívni. Nem. Azt mondja, hogy nem. Nem történt semmi. Csak olyasmi történt, hogy belépett, kilépett, belépett, kilépett, belépett, kilépett, és így nálam nem írt sem.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
Nem tudom, és a két 90%-ban jó volt, de maradik 10 chat. Egy chat? F1-ben? Nagyon jó lockpicker vagyok.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try. So,
by safe.
That's
Hello.
the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Yeah. I see. Egyben megoldom. Mondtam, hogy túl jó vagyok. Aha.
What a surprise.
Még egy lock! Nem hiszem el. Mikor annyira bekoncentrálok, beszélek ahogy. Elég. Be.
I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This should be useful.
Empty.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. The door is now blocked.
Egy jutott.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This works very well. No one will escape.
Yay.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
Na, de mit rakjunk? Get it.
This should be useful.
Oh, okay.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully, else my plan will be ruined. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful. Oh, that's a lovely old carpet.
Detektívre kell még követ. Oké, ilyen. Mikor mondtam az okét? A fig. Már én nem tudom.
Oh, that's a lovely old carpet.
Ennyi?
What a surprise. I
Oh.
This hatch leads to a cellar. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, He will need assistance to get out.
Oké.
This
Megvan a
should be
kötő.
useful.
Aha.
This hatch leads to a...
Ezt le kell takarni. Ó, és a szőnyeget kéne ott.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. This should be useful.
Hát jó. Hát jó. Legyen. Olyan szivatást kapnak.
Now, it's not an open
Ding,
hatch,
ding.
just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
De miért már megint ide bentre raksz? Arra mennek le.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can
Teljes
leave
mértékben
now,
fel vagyunk
but I'll
készülve.
return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Police! Police!
Rip.
Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow, who startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Eljött a pátya.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Dehogy nem, jobb vagyok, mint a rendőrök, jó? És Sherlock Holmes vagyok. Jobb, mint ők.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
kasszátok! Megérdemli.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Hol megyünk?
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians.
Csöves bánat néven neveztetik a mai naptól fogtok. Oké.
And they push us to compete
Begins
between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they
Oké, amúgy is egy csöves, és egy
they are
bánat
nothing
is.
without their titles.
Ahogy
We
még
should
egy
not
csöves
fear
bánat
them.
is.
Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
Legyünk a terroristákkal. Tegyük oda nekik felrobbant. A felrobbant. Erre kis. Mi rossz? Nekünk. Legyek kegyes. Kegyes. Szeretem. Nem leszünk kegyesek.
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
Én szeretem a robbanásokat, szóval robbantunk most egyet. Nem amúgy tényleg, ha belegondolsz, hogyha egy ilyet megcsinálnak neked, de káosz lenne utána. És semmire nem mennének be, mert káoszt akar. Káoszból csak káosz lesz.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Ezt megmondtuk neki.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Yes, egy nő költözik be. Elfogadom. Elfogadom. A döntés. Hát figyelj, a 9600. Kettő. Ugyanúgy felgyújtotta. Ugyanúgy felgyújtotta. Ennyi. Gyersz végig. Szerintem vége van. Szerintem sikerül. Fúj, férfinővel, hát mit gondol ez Watson? Hát ez az! És még nem is testvérek. Undorító. Aj, nem. Megnézem, drága. Én elérhető-e? Pénecské. Vagy akkor... Iriel. Elnézek. Fordulomra. Minőfertől Baker Street. Hát, ugye? Elég nagy. Hol van Green? Nézzük, hol válaszol. Tök jó a zenéje. Szerintem olyan, ez tényleg az a feelinges. A végső. Válaszol a gyerek. Mármint 2014-es. Vagy nézem Apex-et. Illetve, hogy nézem az Credit. Anglia egy rossz kikéreztet. Álltak. Oh! Ja, fele! Most minden szabad végre van állva. Azért, mert olyan furán beszélek. Néha. Néha. Na, mindent is. Ó, innen a növényke maradt meg. Crime Symphony. Körbe-körbe néz. Green Shadow. Na, végre válaszolt. Akkor azt mondom, hogy kilépünk. Mondom, hogy gyors csinálnak egy olyat, hogy lerevem a streamet is újra, és akkor fel tudom normálisan rakni. Félszak is vagyok.